Last night we got dotted lines working. Is that the one that connects to this? No, it's not the one that connects to actually that was a here, which doesn't help anything. I think you connect to, well, we might have a design issue here. I might have to reconsider the positioning of that. So one of the things I've been debating is whether I should move all of this stuff out to get these potential blockers out of the way. The problem I have with that is that you move these lines out a little bit. You kind of need to move these to have space. These things are already touching the edge. It's a little chilly here. I forget if it was like Thursday or whatever, cold front moved in or something. If we push this stuff out, then that kind of effectively pushes the rest of this in, and it's already pretty tiny. So places that's going to be a problem is we put this Zeus stuff up top because, well, I guess this ended up not being as high as I was expecting, actually. That's still going to be tricky. We've got, I'm just going to do rather actually do the top thing with Athena. And we've got the point of Poseidon, although I do want to, I think I want to pull the size back on these a little bit so we can test, we can do a little bit of that, which I guess that's shrinking everything again. So we have to move away from that part of the Poseidon design. We've also got a problem. I mean, I think these were kind of just open space placements. That's not going to be too big a deal to move those. Now maybe I can do that with just some of the bigger ones. Like Athena was kind of edge to edge. Fred 50 was biggish. Zeus was a little bit biggish. But this is just stuff we could do. We could probably position differently. I also need to figure out exactly where my exits are. So we're getting a little bit of blockage there. All right. In order to, I think I might try to hand edit all of this stuff. And to do that, I want to figure out where these intersects are so I can line things up properly. So the main things we need to calculate are what this angle is and where these things are hitting. So this is going to happen during, I guess it's still going to be Boon chart doing the layout. So bottom shouldn't be too hard to find. Do I ever actually calculate angles for this? I mean, this one I could probably work out in CAD. I mean, you take your bottom line. Well, no, I need to have this angle. Well, I do this to 1/8. You could do those, and then cut the line across there. Is that something that we can easily pull out of here? I know there was an angle. I think the angle I was doing was this span and then maybe the total rotation for the individual god. What does that tell us about this line? Well, we figured out where to place these. It's the midpoint of the 2 points. Do I have anything to calculate angles given points? Now that would, If I do, it's probably relative angle. I have to figure out what the absolute was. We can subtract, we can scale, we can get the midpoint, we can interpolate between 2 points. We can do perpendicular, we can rotate a point by some angle. We can intersect 2 lines. We can intersect a line with a circle. Oh, no, is that 2 circles? Yeah, it's 2 circles. I guess I figured out the radius that those are sitting at. We could... Yeah, would that really help me, though? Not really an angle. So this might get into, like, dot product. We could think of this as 2 vectors. I just have to normalize, possibly. Which could probably just come down to... Now this is a more geometrical solution. The cosine formula. The length of the vectors... Okay, so... I guess... I was thinking vector was a unit vector. Oh, it uses the dot product. So if they are unit vectors, it is just the dot product. Well, that's the this gets you the cosine. The dot product. Oh, because the cosine, if you can invert it, it gives you a angle. Find the angle between two vectors. Define the angle formula. Is this a more straightforward version of it? The angle formula. The definition of two vectors and the angle between them. Okay, so yeah, taking it back to triangles. Connect two vectors to form a triangle. Then you have, let's see, are these lengths or are these vectors? No, I think this arrow is vector, right? So this is just the length. Oh, but we're defining C as A and B. No, we're still doing vector stuff here. Okay, we've got the dot products. Oh, is this just getting down to the cosine? Is that, oh yeah, then cosine that is AB over AB. So first we have to define dot product. Do they define dot product? Okay, like the dot product. Multiply the components in each direction together. Then add the results. So did they define what the coordinates of these were? That they okay, so 2, 2, and 0, 3. Yep, so x, y. Okay, so we can define dot. We can define a cosine of vectors from that, I guess. Point, and you're just giving us a number. XA times XB plus YA times YB now we're just exposing everything here. All right, so dot product, and then I guess I'll have to pick an arbitrary position to be the angle, and was it right that was where they were basing circles from? This is a start angle. Yeah, it's slightly over 359, 180. So I'm pretty sure this is their 0 point. So that is positive x. So we would do oh, do we have inverse cosine? I don't do a whole lot with that stuff. Okay, I know math. Is it in basics? Cos, sin, tan, acos. No, wait, that's not inverse. Arc is something else, isn't it? Do you define inverting the cosine? No. Oh no, arc cos or cos. Okay. So this is the angle between vectors. Oh no, this is... Okay, so this would be the angle between, which is using the dot product in the formula given. It's still a float. Do I need the parts? Well, yeah, it's the length, and we can get the length. So this is dot product AB divided by, now technically, let's see, we've got, wait, is that multiplication or is that dot? Okay, that's a definite dot. This is just, I think, multiplication. Length A, length B, and then this entire thing is it arccos? Acos. Nope. No complaints as of yet. All right. So during Boon chart, somewhere, we're going to get the point of one of these adjacencies, and this should be mirrorable, although I have to think about what the mirror is. So this is going to be between icon point and there. All right, so what we're seeing is not nearly as many of those as I expected. Oh, because it's doing it once for each boon? Yeah, we're not actually connecting this to both gods. Oh. This is in the rotated position. Or it's in its actual position. Interesting. One of them actually seems to line up with... Oh, I guess... If you think of this in that format, then that's there. Which means that none of these angles are going to be relative to the... Actually, relative to the God's angle. Which is what we need. Well, we've got a God center. If we have a center, we should have their absolute angle. I think this might be a slightly annoying process. Okay, God index who, maybe dot map angle with default. Now, is this plus or minus? Well, this is a angle of rotation from where? Oh, and actually we need this for... I'll give some context, I guess. Okay, we apparently used this twice. And we've got God radius there. Oh, right, because we copied it. And you actually need the chart metrics, just like the center does. Oh, so you're all negative rotations. Interesting. Because it's just because the way we want to turn it. So back around here. Nothing actually crosses the... Well, would that be positive? I guess maybe you're the closest thing to... crossing. But I mean, we kind of get the idea that it's going to, well, 0.78 from what? So these are absolute angles. Those are absolute angles. This is probably one of the, well, no, if it's over here, it would be one of these two, I guess. Or it's a very, very small deflection. Or maybe this rotation system has a different center point. All right, because we think we're going around that way. This we put around this way, which is probably why it's negative. Yeah, but it might be that, because 0 would have to be, we think would have to be Zeus. And you're at blah, blah, blah. -1, -2. Oh, that might be rotation from where I'm thinking, or from how I'm placing it, not a absolute rotation, And if I'm off by, no, because you'd be a near 0 if it was straight up. Essentially, I'm looking for a way that would put these things together in a way that always gave me the relative rotation, so it would be the same for every one. And we do tend to have God A, God B. So relative to each of those, it would be one on that side, one on that side. Is that a reasonable amount? So we were trying to rotate this way. So for one of them in a relative position, that has to be quite big. No, that's natural. That would be relatively small. That would be, but still not a one. Would it be a 1 to 2? Right, because we're doing it, Relative to where that angle is, this would actually be like the straight down. No, because this will be global down, not relative circle down. Um, I guess I could turn the angle into a vector. And then calculate the angle between separately. But it seems like you had to do this with straight angular math. Now we're specifying a reverse rotation, which might make that a little bit weird. And maybe that ends up being like counter rotation when it comes to the god itself versus so if I angle you over, rotating that way, then your individual thing, yeah, I guess it's the same rotation. Just that right now I don't see this easily turning into any, or it's not associating in a nice one way I might have hoped. Wait, adjacent? Oh, okay. So for one thing, it's printing in the other order because there's no dependence between these things. So 0 is actually associated with these two. Still, we expect one of these to be close to 0 or to 3.14. No, wait, it's 6.28. It's 2 pi. Right, because one of these is going to be effectively inverted. So we would actually either add pi to the angle. And given the order these seem to usually be in, I might be able to make assumptions about who is who in this. Although this is increasing, so this might actually be flipped. Or increase, this is increasingly negative, which is kind of almost the opposite. So one of these is going to be 0. Still 1. What's 1? 1 something. So pi is halfway around. 1 something is like a quarter of the way around. So just doing angle math with that doesn't seem to make sense. Maybe to get it into an absolute coordinate system, I do need to offset by, you know, if we're doing like a quarter turn on this. Now I don't know if this is a positive or negative quarter turn, and we can kind of do the same thing by changing what our angle is. What our angle is 2. So I feel like this is probably actually... I want to end up in that angle space, so maybe it's these that I should need to change. Is that positive or negative? Why? Two, one. I get the updated code? I was just trying to change where that landed. Well, yeah, it's 8-way symmetric, so there's still going to be a thing right between something. Does that really help me? Okay, so now 0 is actually near the crossover. That might help a little bit. Now, in terms of putting stuff into here, you're still in degrees. Which we can do. So effectively, we could get the angles from here, and now we can consider that we can get that as relative angles from anywhere. Isn't really accounting for, well, I guess this would almost have to be way around for that. And then every other one ends up being inverted. Oh, no, you're different. Yeah, so this has to do something with how we're handling wraparound, I guess. Or not handling wraparound in this case. Then we'd end up with things like this, which... I guess these would actually be added, wouldn't they? And this might also be where our quarter turn thing is messing us up. But some of them turn out okay. So strangely enough, that's, well, plus and minus. That first one is probably roughly what we want. I guess maybe this will be easier. Okay, so 22.5, and then the wraparound version of that. No, actually, that's not right. Well, the negative is kind of right. The 337 is probably right. Yeah, that's kind of not right. Because we're expecting something around here, which is going to be our 337, and something that's 100, 180 off. Ish. So I think this is like, maybe it's this is, well, 22. Yeah, 22 has to be the smaller angle here. Because this is a 90-degree swing. What the hell kind of crazy math are we getting? A 22 and a 300 something? It's like if it's symmetric, it's supposed to be like around here. This is farther down than it looks. Well, maybe that's right about. Like if it's right around the middle, that would be 45-ish, not 22-ish. And these always end up close. Maybe what we're seeing is more impact from this angle than from that angle. Oh, right, because one of these we have to consider as 180. Now, I don't know. That's always going to be the right thing. Which one do we consider 180? Well, in this case, I guess it'd be that one. Or pi. Would that be the positive? If it's less than 180, that would be like there. 202. And actually, those in fact would be basically 0.5. So if we just did a sine invert on that, now we've also got these things, which are still like, man, and all of these are other weird things. I just needed that quarter turn somewhere. Anyway, when we're calculating these things, skip 1, skip 2, opposite's going to be pretty dead simple. Did we actually get into the angles here? Now it's going to have the same problem. We're calculating intercepts in absolute space, I think. From center to center, move them up and down. Get a midpoint. Just to put us on that line. Then push it out to wherever that is. Intersection of two lines drawn from the midpoints of lines connecting 2 points on each of the circle. I'm calculating the icon points. There's that line. Between icon point and one of the ends. All right, so if we're looking at, okay, that highlights one of them. We're looking at there. We got, I guess, this line to get us there, to out to there. And then we want one of these lines. Must be a vector. Get the perpendicular to that. Oh, but this might, yeah, this is actually coming down like here or something, isn't it? Instead of that line-ish. We're trying to figure out where the center of this circle is, I think. Add mid-A. To a perpendicular vector to move us somewhere. Center of the circle, which our arc is part of. So there's the line intersection, so intersecting this line with that circle. No, that's line intersection. We have the perpendicular, we have, no. Oh, we think it has to be somewhere on here, so it must be intersecting with this. So that gives us the radius. So we've got the radius of the circle, we've got the center of that circle. Terminal points of the arc at one of the intersections between the two circles, where one of those circles is this. So there's the center, there's the radius. So center A and center B are those circles. Adjacent distance divided by 2 is the radius of that. So term A and term B, which are stored in this case, we could just work off of that. We also kind of got it here. Okay, so we're going to be doing like one of these things and then the other one of these things. Oh, actually, we were calculating like this. Well, yeah, at the midpoints, that was crossing there. And we're intersecting with this. So we want to... So this gives us a point A and a point B. Which once again, we want to be able to find that relative to our circle. See, did I pull out... That's term A, term A. We pulled out center A and center B from the God centers. We might need the angles again. Could I do... I'm not sure which way I need to... To sub this to get a vector from there to... Well, the center is a relative to 0, 0. So if I've got a point here, now that would be this, like this angle. If I use this is one of my vectors. The vector is going that way. Well, I mean, that might give us this angle. Because that would give us the angle. That would give the angle between these. Maybe if I rotated this a quarter turn to give it that basis and then did angles between points. Oh, but you're... Well, if we just think of it as a arbitrary vector off in that direction, then rotating it this way would still kind of work. Oh, actually, we would rotate it this way? Which might be... Actually, if that's the rotation, then that's the negative. Angle origin. Maybe. Angle origin A. And then angle A would be geometry dot is it angle between? Okay, so we apparently have these backwards. Those are all in kind of similar, but not similar enough spots. The small degree of variation I can see is being bouncing between our 2 points here. But if it was just between those 2 points, we'd expect to see 2 things there, not 4. They're all in the 1 range. Maybe I don't really have a set thing for which is left and which is right. Yeah, and then B is very, very similar. Oh, wait, if I'm trying to go here, then actually that would be a positive rotation. Makes no difference, actually. Now I'm wondering if I'm put my angle formula right. I'd expect one of those to be getting closer to 3, or some of those. So we're going to be about, what, 3.14, just kind of 1 something there. So actually, we'd expect to be less than 1 for the first couple. And you're like 3 point, no, 3 point, that'd be like 1.4. So there might be a 1 something here. But those don't feel right at all. Okay, 2029. It's feeling a little small, actually. I don't have geometry tests. And I guess that was simple enough stuff. I forget what I was thinking of using that for. Potentially we could circle back to some other things. Dot product. What are some basic properties of the dot product? There's cosine. In particular, if the vectors are orthogonal, or angle O. Okay, so a 90 degree should be 0. Oops. Okay, that much is right. A vector A itself the formula for the length. Well, I guess this is going to be a couple of tests for dot product. So that's our problem point right now. And maybe we need to go back and test some other things. Okay. Have unit length. Okay. Each other. Conquer delta. Commutative. Which says the dot product of 1, 2, 3, 4 expect to equal dot product 3, 4, 1, 2. Okay. Does not have the cancellation law. I don't know if too much else here is useful. So another question is, do we do angle between right? So a right angle. So two vectors? Maybe they would only, oh. Maybe because it's a cosine, we can only do the smaller angle, which means it's not going to give us total circular angle. Or maybe the direction of the vectors really, really matters. Now, I don't have tau here. All right, what else can we say about things? Since we're primarily interested in this coordinate system, let's do U to, that should be a 45-degree angle-ish. Okay. So we have quarter angle, we have right angle. I probably wouldn't want to try to do a 180 because that could get maybe a little weird. I guess right angle is a quarter angle. This is technically kind of like a eighth angle. A slightly wider. So from 1, 1 to negative 1, 1 is, let's see, so that was 1/4. Okay. All right, so we went from 1, 0 to, I mean, I guess even, I see that's a right angle, so we'd actually expect that to be a right angle, wouldn't we? And if it did wrap all the way around, that would be pi plus, oh, no, these actually haven't been passing for quite a while. Is that, oh yeah, tests are done. Oddly enough, it's not complaining here, but it is complaining in equal. Okay. I guess we could even just do this short within. Eh. Absolute, relative, absolute, or relative. What does that mean? What's absolute or relative? Okay. Different document. If you are multiplying, you want relative tolerance. If you're adding, you want absolute tolerance. I mean, we might be doing a little bit of both. Circle circumference estimation. So, okay, so one is percentage, I guess. And we're probably doing relatively precise things. Okay, so that one's off. And it doesn't actually seem to be complaining about the floating angles up here. Wait. I've got a 3.14. Which is which? uh, okay, so this is actually just giving me straight up pi. Oh, no, okay, that's actually reasonable. Because I got the numbers backwards. Okay, so that is indeed looking like it's always giving us the smaller angle. So that partially explains what's going on with the numbers there. So how do we detect when we want the obtuse angle? Um, would that be like an angle between lines? Because vectors can just kind of are just directions. How do we know when we want the obtuse angle? It's like it's literally just add pi, but when do we do that? Also, since this is just the smaller angle, it's not necessarily in a given rotation direction. That angle is equal to O2 minus O1. How do we know which way around? I must need to find a better search term for this. This is like angle around a circle. I mean, I guess there's an implicit arc here. Arc's length, the arc's angle measurement, distance of a chord. Arc length divided by... Oh, arc measure is probably like radians or something, because it's on a unit circle. Okay, so radius... Wait, what's S? Arc length and the radius is... Or arc length is 3. Well, we already know that. The central angle. So how to get there from the length of the arc, which, how would I even do that? I mean, I have potentially multiple points on the circle. I don't know how I would get that into a length, though. Okay, that can potentially have a angle larger than 180. You should shift your circle first so it's centered on the origin. And you see we did the cosine, and that only does small angles. Now C is the distance between 2 points, which sort of implies that you're going to do whatever triangle is formed by the smaller edge of it. Well, if I can get this to work from, if I can figure out how to get it to work from here, we know these are all going to be acute angles. They just still look wrong. And more to the point, 0.2 doesn't sound like a reasonable number of radians. Well, 0.2, 0.29, if we're here, that's not too bad. This almost seems like it's double that, though. If we're going from here. Or maybe if it was even going from there. And then what we're actually looking at is like here and here, and then here and there. So we would expect those to come in pairs. That's fine. But if that's 1, 4, is this really only like 0.3? Oh, you know what? The symmetry could be explained by the fact that it's always taking the smaller angle. Well, no, if we were correctly doing this, that would still be a wide angle. It would have to be like doing this and then doing that to get the small angle. So this is actually a not within. What the heck is going on here? Now, at one point I had some stuff to draw extra things. I don't know if it's still easy to do that. Yeah, I might have been drawing this stuff directly. Well, I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be back in a few minutes. Relatively unmolested there. And a crouch fish dies for no reason somewhere. Both. Okay, so you were like, hey, it's... Oops. I didn't know you could inhibit that. Okay, sure. It's an object on the landscape, really. We'll never use this unless it's the same priority as the issue. Now this might be designed for automation, in which case I would have to... Oh. That was bizarre. Okay. Okay, we've got seeds, so these carrots need to get pulled. Oh my... I guess we should just go ahead and push that, shouldn't we? It doesn't work while you're carrying it, but it totally works every time you drop it. Okay, there are these guys. Whoa! Uh... Does that even work? Well, it doesn't blow up. Oh. Alright, so one thing I did realize is that I could undo the slight tilt here so I have a circle that's in regular position. Although somehow these have all managed to work out. But these numbers still don't feel right. So I used to be able to draw like guidelines. So one thing I could do is, let's see, where do we set up our initial metrics? Somewhere we're doing that. All right, so for our other set of numbers that would make that a little bit easier. Now we can calculate these relative to our absolute start. And one of them will probably give us a number similar to these. Oh, huh. So I'd switch this to center. Oh. Right, we're doing this and we're doing this since these are absolute locations. So what we're getting is this angle. And then if I did 0, 1, we'd get that angle to here. So what I actually need to do, okay. And what were we doing with this stuff? I might need to revisit that. Because I almost believe this is 22 again. So I need the relative position between those. So we actually have to do I think I set this up so that I would go point, subtract this. And then this is two vectors. Okay, so that would give us angle origin in theory. If we get it right. Rather, a line pointing that way. It just gives us the angle. So that's a bunch of different stuff. Now, the 0.43 is a little bit more believable. And actually, so these are still all the old numbers. Okay, so rotate. Okay, so 2.7 is a little bit more believable. And then 8.2, 2.3 is a little bit more believable. What was it? Did I do a whole separate thing to convert it to degrees? Okay. So we've got 24.84. We've got 47.405. It's around there. We've got 155.15, and we've got, actually, I guess 132.95. Yep, I guess these would be further around. And we've also got, let's see, 180, 90. That would be 270, technically. Oh, well, that's an easy one. All right, calculation stuff. Might want some back someday. And then where did we do initial metrics? Oh, and well, based on that, we can get a sense of where these things are going to be, blocking wise. And actually, I guess this one, this could be a small issue for Zeus. It's going to be a small issue for Poseidon, a small issue for Athena. Might want to consider something there. I don't know if I can define that precisely. All right, so I probably want to define these as angle lines in case I do rescale things a little bit. And I'd kind of like to keep things as large as possible, but we're definitely pushing the edge on a few of these. So how do I put a point on a circle at a specific angle? I guess this is kind of a line. Not a tangent. It's an angle bisector. Oh, I can do a line at an exact angle. Means I have to specify a length, although we know what this length is. Maybe we want to make this a little bit bigger. Yep, this is in layout radius. Reference point start. Here's an interesting question. If I do, is this going to be a per file setting or a per editor setting, which just could go around to all the files? Oh, weird. We're in select mode, but we're not. Okay, remembered that. Everybody was editing layout radius. What are you, LA? Of course, those are opposite sides of the keyboard. Hmm. I don't know if block would be good for this. I could stamp it out, but I don't know if it'd make it easy to use the intersections. Hermes doesn't actually have these. Oop. All right, and back to the meter. Wait. Oh, okay, so that's not how we switch back. We can just have in two windows. Which I guess if you're trying to like open it up to make a copy or something. 47.04. Oh, now we can stay in tool mode. Except Athena. Oh, wait. That's because we had to fix you. All right. 132.95. $155.15. $202.5, and I guess we almost might as well just do the 270 while we're here. Oh man, those are almost a straight line. That's interesting. Not that this one would be a hard one to line up, but it's kind of a completeness thing. All right, and 37.5. Now I suppose since I was calculating points, I could potentially have worked these the other way and picked, say, the straight line from this and 45 degrees, and then kind of figured out the other parameters from there. All right. Now, potentially a thing up here, which I don't know if I have a good way to figure out how big that's going to be. For things like you, it really depends on how we render this. Maybe I could figure out some display parameters. So that's going to be like absolute size. Does anybody have a... Well, we're kind of at least up to the inner ring of Athena. Okay, into about the hunter flare of Artemis. From here. Is that 50? So call it 50. Oop. Okay, so we need to be CR, and we've got our size still locked in. Now, for our top, this would be about the right size. But saying how much it covers is... We don't really have a good basis for what the position is. Now, I might be able to calculate something, because like we know where this point is. We were doing some math with this stuff. I'm not sure how I would associate that with whatever size this is. That caps lock. What do we, shoot, what was that function? Clamp. Do a Boon size. .02 to 0.08. That's going to be scale, which is going to be close to radius, which is of the entire thing. Just 4096. .08 is going to be our upper end. So 327 in those units. I guess why don't I just associate that to the 50 maybe? But are you calculating an absolute space? Or maybe just in 0, 1 relative space. What do we know about you? We know where that is. We were doing something with the center and the radius here. Can we figure out what your exact distance is? The center of the God's area. We tweaked our center points. So this is going to be icon point. Well, not to the in-between God, though. So we've got the adjacent distance divided by 2. We have the centers. We can figure out what the center's distance is, and the icon point is going to be at a distance from the center. So I mean, actually, I might have just straight up have this in where we calculate centers. No, we don't have that straight up radius. We calculate the adjacent distance. Main ring radius. And then we size them to that. Well, yeah, if it's 0.5 out, that might make sense. So we know how far out this is from there. We know what the radius to there is. We can calculate how far out the icon point is. that's just geometry.length. And offset, so we have icon radius minus main ring radius minus matrix dot adjacent distance divided by 2. Right, so we have the points that are here and the points that are there. In what units? I guess what I really want this is like relative to the size of the ring. I guess I do need one of these. So smaller one, 0.17. So we know that right now we're using 140 for that. So that's 23 units out. I know I can change, no, you have a length. Oop, what are you? And then we go back to circle radius. Yeah, endpoint. Yeah, so that kind of correlates with that experience. And this was a pretty, like these were arbitrary positions. That can flip over pretty easily. Demeter is a little blocked out here. I think I need to actually kind of flip this all the way down here. And then this other, oh, this is a cast ability though. I can't move you anymore. Well, I could take this to 2 parallel points here. Or I could bump the cast all the way up, but it has to go down here to Artemis. So you've got your own design issues. We've got some of this stuff is a little hidden behind that. Oh, the nice thing about using angles here is that this particular thing, ooh, this was 23 relative to 140. If I change the scale of that, this is going to move out a little bit. If I change the scale of the circle, these could change a little bit too. All right, so we said, oh. Well, yeah, I guess that could work as a start angle, right? So that would be 270? Not 270. 202. No. 337. 202.5. Yeah, lock these down. Whoa, where did you go? We get the wrong point here? Because you were supposed to be placed at an angle. Hmm. Hope I didn't typo when I was putting it in. Poseidon, dear? So this ends up being a little bit inconvenient. Ooh. That actually doesn't go all the way up there anymore. Hmm. All right, so what's our magic trick? Trim, limiting entity, limited entity. Oop, wrong side. That makes me kind of want to move this entire angle down a little bit so we can actually break it off of there, which I don't know if that's confusing. All right, so you're going to exit over there. Which messes with the way I did this. Wait, where? Oh, that is this thing connects to this line. So I guess if I did have to move cast up here, that would be really convenient for Athena. All right, what? Hades Boons. What do we have to do to switch you back? Oh, we're still outputting stuff. Okay. And that's, of course, the one we haven't fixed yet. And some of these, okay, so these connections are actually behind. Having this go into the icon might, because it's basically going into the duo. So this might be a section where I want to mark that as duo line. This also makes me wonder if I want to try and continue that. That could be a little, that could be hairy though. Well, this stuff is included in here. I just ran it up there and over before. I could just run that line and then have this second thing come in from somewhere. If cast was up here, then this thing could exit down and like kind of come up on the sides. So this thing is very awkward. And this is Demeter range trait. I used red over there. Have we done dark red? Oh, did I add a new layer? Yes. Wrong button. Oh, it just hides now. Okay. Went around this way, we'd have to deal with all this stuff. If we move cast up here, then we've got to get back down to Artemis. Huh. Would it be reasonable to flip-flop these? A little bit of danger of crossing that. But that would let me either route this up or down. Although we also have to get over to Aphrodite. Which are like, they're almost thirds perfect symmetric. So I guess the only advantage there of this side is that this side ends up being closer to one of them. This might be a thing where I just have to save a copy and try it. Oh, you know what? I was trying to do this in part because of where Demeter connected. And I think that's going to be over here. Yeah, so that's just going to connect over there. Well, I'm going to have to look back at where all the connections actually are. So you can probably tweak some of this stuff. This might be one I want to shrink. Okay, so you're connecting to shout, which is there. This stuff almost needs to be here because of that connection to Demeter. I don't think this connects to anything else. It was just kind of following lines. So with a little bit of a jog, it could come somewhere else. This stuff depends on bounce and on... Okay, so that's actually a line that just got covered up. So I could kind of do that stuff down in this corner too. Let's leave that more open. All right, well, design issues might be... kind of be their own things, might be good things just kind of have on while I'm half doing something else. At a point where I can make progress with those, but I don't know. It's going to be a lot. It's going to end up being a lot of staring and thinking, which maybe that ends up being almost an art thing or something. I don't know. What do we have in the meantime? Okay, we added some geometry tests. We updated all of our documents. All public? I don't see there are untracked files there. So we've got notes on our angles. We've got commented code to calculate angles, commented code to calculate angles, helper code for calculating angles. That was help work for that. Okay, that had switched over to live because we updated our documents. And if we're not going to be changing those for a little bit, what we should actually switch over, what we should actually do is generate that. SM? Yes. Calculate duo intersection angles. So the other thing I've been wanting is exclusions. Notes. Because I need to do design stuff. Kind of still need to do scale stuff. I don't have a good plan for this. Now I did end up using God name for the other group. So if I went through and tagged those, do we know that when we're importing? Of course, this might go back to our data processing thing. So what's an example? There was one. I named them all the same thing. This is during layout. Okay, we filter. We remove this. Do we know the god's name? Not here. So go through the traits. We add the layout to a. So this would be the point where we would have. No, you've got the god return. So we could know it earlier. How does this impact our import data? You are given God as well. Type file. There's your traits.add layout. So traits.add layout could do it, and then it would work for both. And maybe it actually would be a callback to layout module to update the names. So these are connections. So in a layout, we would want to like prefix connection names. Get placement. Empty is empty. Oh. God is defined in trait. So you'd actually have to be a string. And then trait imports this. We have to have the entire thing, so we're going to modify it. I mean, individual connection. That's not so bad. An individual layout is only for one god. No. So I guess we can go test the compile of this. Hades boons. Switch this back. And then traits. Add layout. Layout equals. Prefix connection groups of layout with and hey, there's no crosstalk. I don't think I've done anything that would end up having a naming conflict with that. Now, I've sometimes done a link that was to a group name. Those are all internal. Where did we do that? It's like these. Yeah. So you're just part of that group? Because you still work. Oh, because you linked to a Boon. And you linked to a network. I could just go through and rename all the layers. And I'd have to also, I'd have to find all of these. But I just call it a link. I don't distinguish between groups and boons. There is currently a thing where when those groups are testing their links, they have to test both the traits and the groups. Of course, then I would need two properties. I would need a link and something else. What could I do? Well, I'd probably have to tag it differently. And by the time I'm actually doing something with it, I would need to have a separate property for it. Different kind of link. Okay, set.member active traits. Okay, then that's the self-reference part of it. And now we're checking Boon status and active groups. That would kind of have to flow all the way through. Wait. No, yeah, we're already doing group is active group. We're displaying it differently if it has a link and if that link is active. Right, because we only want to show the input line that's actually going off. Oh, yeah, if there were two link types. How would you even switch off of this? I guess you'd check one and then the other. Or could we actually separate active groups out? Now, Boon connectors just kind of end up being a soup. So we don't really know which God group they're in. And that is part of the things that were just kind of passed. So only processing that within a single set would solve some of it. Is the underlying processing? Active traits for the entire layout. But this is on a per layout basis. This is traits calculate groups. Wait, active layout groups. So that it's full doling, so it is getting the one big rolling set. I guess that could be more of a map than fold thing. You're only calculating in active traits. So your internal calculations are fine. So actually, it's pure display side. Set.member active group. So they calculate internally. Something activates that group. And then it's active for everybody. So we did break out duo connectors. This could conceivably be done on a group basis. Well, I guess I'd also have to do the active groups on a per god basis. Wait. I'm concatenating them right here. That doesn't change the fact that we're calculating the total group of everything. I might be kind of double stacking on active groups as well. But we would have to have some way to associate that on a per god basis. We don't currently have a good way to do that. We can do positional array. Active groups. Traits.calculate active groups. Active duos, so they are kind of two different things. So we could break out duos. We could... What is layout groups working with? It is a list of gods. And you see, we're trying to calculate the active information once off, and then the stuff that actually involved in drawing we can dupe each time. If I bound the two things together, then we'd be like recalculating that stuff every time. If we just turned it into a list, we could just count on the gods not to change and zip it up. Calculate active groups on a per set basis. That would cut out all possibility of crosstalk without playing name games. All right, so what do we have now? We have that. We have prefix, which Has a lot of downstream effects. Is this affecting our pre-calculated data? All right, now I'm looking at rearranging groups, which doesn't affect our pre-calculated data. So we were asking calculate active groups you to do this stuff. Would there be any utility in wrapping this up into some sort of active group structure? If I did, then I'd have to have type-specific query methods for it. Versus type-specific calculate methods. So, This is going to push a lot of data changes through, though. So we've got active basic groups and active duo groups. Wait, your Boon chart. I mean, this will touch you too, but you're not where I actually wanted to be right now. Although, if we start from that side, then this just has to pass it twice, and we can kind of live that way for a while. Well, that will get you at least to that split. So you don't care. You're a basic Boon connector dealing with basic Boon connector stuff. You don't care. You're a duo connector thing dealing with duo connector stuff. Our view in the interim passes this to both. All right, now you. Nope. We have a field. We ask you to calculate stuff. That split would go up there too, which means that traits would actually cease to have this function and start to have these functions. Is it duo sets? Yeah, it's duo sets. So we have groups, yeah. And then this is duo sets. And syntax change. And then view passes this through. Where are we missing? Didn't make a change. Oh, did this pass down sub information? Yes, it did. We have accessors for these, right? Okay. Not that one. Looks like it to me. Oh, because we have to do traits. Oh. Active duo sets wants also the list of gods. How inconvenient. So it was nice to have that wrapped up. But I'm pretty sure those actually never meet. No, that actually doesn't do you. This is just one I know offhand. Okay, so I think that's mostly fine. Now, the active layout groups, if we just assume order, is actually going to change this data type all the way through. So I don't see an easy way to do that incrementally. So this becomes a list of sets. You just become a map and then no, yeah, it's a list of sets. We don't need that. We don't need, I guess we still have that. I guess we still have that to break out the layout. And then everything breaks. Boon chart. That's going to be a little bit special, actually. So do basic connectors. Basic connectors. How am I going to do this? So we've got the gods. Array to list. Then you're doing concat map and... So that's an array of... So if we just map... Wait, list to concat map. Oh, the connectors, which are then lists. So if we just a map, we have the list of connectors, and then we zip it with the sets. It's like a list map too. Or do you actually want to zip? The extra elements are dropped. Well, they should be the same. So that is basically a map too. So you're the connectors. The other thing is just the active basic groups. Can't pipeline this so nicely. So it's a function that takes an A and a B. And we would do the active groups first because of how this was previously designed. Oh, array to list, that's the array of gods, that's the array of sets. So this has to do an internal map though. Oh, nope, actually this is not right. You do that, and then you do your bits. We have to remember to stack this. So of a function over and basic connectors. I can't wrap this up into a real easy thing. Because we've got active and we've got cons. And this has to get cons. And it has to list.map that over active. No. So that seems a lot hairier. The good news is that everything that's checking sets is going to have smaller sets to check. That still seems that the type is all wrong. Oh, you know what? Somewhere along here, when you look at concat map, well, you're going to be a list of things, which I guess we could stack you. Stacks of stacks of stacks. All right. Actually, I don't have anything to activate this ring yet. That's another ill issue. All right, so we've got name collisions. We've got, well, we've got some of those other weird types of groups that need to be activated. Did I turn up the volume for something? No. Oh, our duos, which we checked duos before, right? Still seems fine. We still have, that's going, oh. So the exclusion groups go back to data. And that's stepping back a few levels. So that might be more than I want to do right now. How far back does that go? Is trait data something we're already doing? No, that's the script. Trait data is something we're already doing. So slot is one of the things. Oh, and I was kind of dummying in a couple of keepsakes. I guess as I add some of this stuff, we'll have to deal with that. Supergeneration trait require slotted. So if these things have a slot, so trait, using this as trait icon. We expect to get well, we have an if. Not gonna, I don't think. Consumable data. Keepsake charge drop. So there's no mention of slot here. There's no mention of required slotted trait here. So I don't think we need to deal with that. We don't have to do any path processing here. I might have to deal with you. And for some reason I did this where I did it directly there. So. All right, what did I run to do this? Okay, so those are probably a bunch of duo stuff. Linked upgrades. Oops. Ah, icon. Ranged, rush, melee. Secondary shout. Okay, so that's good. Legal on damage weapons. We're not really getting into weapon stuff here. There might be some odd exclusions in there. Trait. Require slotted. And here it's from. Should require slotted. I guess that is technically a slot. So that's the internal name, all right. No, we had very, very simple names before. So these were the god traits. Oh. Did I redo this all for linked upgrades? God trait. Maybe this function. Oh. Duo trait is just a God trait? Does this not deal with requirements? Well, I guess duos don't have slots, but they can have required slots. Okay, so this is leftover. Maybe God trait's leftover. Linked upgrades, one from each set. And there's God trait. Traits.json. So where am I putting this to? Maybe to work? Oh, to output. Which I don't have in the map directory. Okay, so melee. I don't believe that there's none of those. And we knew the icon only appeared once in there. We're getting the icons. Oh, you get past the extra stuff. Okay. Oh, that do require slotted trait? Yes. He doesn't like slashes. Hermes regenerating super has a requirement of a shout. I guess I did one from each set as a straight up name. That should be a relatively uncommon thing. Slot's going to be somewhat common. All right, was that all I needed? We have trait data. We're going to have to check those on a case-by-case basis. Some of them include them, some of them don't. Trait data. All right, does it work as is? Let's see, so this is trait data, so we're gonna have to be back to Hades Boons. We're going to have to load this directly, which we're using pre-generated stuff before. Okay, going in slow. Doesn't seem to be any problems just yet. So traits, decode. Oh, we need space for this in data structures. And I'm not yet sure how far down those data structures this is going to have to go. So God data trait. I guess slot required slotted can be their own things, not just some requirement. Because a slot could be just a requirement that checks that. But then we have to do something weird where we're decoding the one of requirements as this. We have to kind of merge that stuff in, which could get weird. Once again, we're just going to cheese this for now. Does this not define trait ID? Wait, this says required slotted trait. Do some of those do a specific name? No, because that would be a linked upgrade. And these are only used for shout, which means that the cast ones might just name a specific cast. Well, yeah, and a requirement can only be one of these things, not like it's a big group of stuff. All right, so... Oh, is this the actual data? No, it wouldn't be data. Oh, this is my manuals. So these are going to be, actually, these are going to have slots. Let's see, and somewhere we saw this in consumables. Ow! These don't certainly interact with anything else, though. Where did I see keepsake? I mean, we think that's what it would probably be, but I'd swear I looked at consumable data. I was like, do I need that? I must have hit some other file that happened to have a slot in it. Because these would act as exclusions. Selecting one would imply an exclusion of the other. And acquired slotted trait. Now my decoder. Oh, And we were doing a map n, so this is the point where that breaks down. Is that map 2? And we're actually going to have, I think we did here. And this is a maybe field. The field may be there. Not it may have a value. And another maybe. Okay, that is sufficient to load it in. Well, assuming we actually are able to successfully parse the file. Okay, that became available, so I think that means traits came in okay. Now, following from the other stuff we were doing with groups, I should probably have slots in their own namespace. And then we get into what we can do with exclusions. But that's looking okay. What we need to deal with now is that this is going to import or export different data. Huh. Oh, that's working because we're not trying to use the stuff that we generated. Nope, that would be the wrong one. All right, import data. This isn't layout. This is traits encode Elm. So a God data no God data. This is a trait record. Now I haven't had to deal with maybes here yet. I don't think. No. What about in layout? Layout, encode Elm. Okay, we actually do have it here. And what were you complaining about before? Oh, that's not a maybe. Now, what did we generate here? Generated. Just. Acquire slotted. Nothing, nothing. Okay, we seem to be seeing all variations of this. Oh, I had this checked in. I have the JSON checked in too. Yeah, public traits. I guess I didn't do generated. Traits is semi-generated, but it requires the Hades data. Okay, so one thing we can see, so the require, So the concept of exclusion might be too much for now. Requiring a slotted trait is something we might be able to do pretty quick. Boon status. Now you see, this only had active traits before. This is a single, do you get used trait status? Active traits, traits. Actually, I'm gonna take a short break. Be back in a bit. Don't recall if I'm looking for rocky or organic right now to get the habitat. Freestyle session, ain't no mashing. Hope she must have made an impression. I'm a pop one. Shout at me when that's gone. Oh, she has 2 knives, wow. Oh. Ah! Oh, too slow. Yeah, can't take any of my stuff off. That was rude. It's like, this is the second time I've been killed by my mother. What is it with this? Ah. Yeah, the F was for fashion, Mom. And more logic gates. Clay Entertainment. Hi! Welcome back. So in theory, active traits would be enough. It's just we would have to go through every trait to get its slot. I guess that would count as a derived status. You are only getting a trait ID. We're not dealing with the entire thing here. Funny thing is, do you have the entire thing? Well, kind of. Select Boon, update derived status. I guess this would be like calculate active slots. If this is a straight recalc. And that would, I guess, calculating active slots would help if people were doing selecting multiples of a slot, despite the implications of the requirements. Calculate active sets, active requirement set. List God data, list God data. So there's the active traits. Right, because you got that as a prereq. And then you were only dealing with one set of types of traits. You would just be everything, wouldn't you? Right, you're a set. All right, traits. I guess I kind of need both things. For actives? Yeah, no duos have slots. So gods. Let's see, so we just did a... Oh, right, because that ended up doing groups. This used to be a fold thing, didn't it? List.fold all of a data and active duos layout calculate active groups. So we had a sub function for that. And then whatever this is going to be set dot. Is it a union or is it an insert? Um, no, that's an argument to this. So what do? You take the data for one particular god, which is going to net you a list of... Actually, do we need to go through the individual gods in this case, or do we just say traits all gods? Not all... Is there like an all traits? Concat map. Oh, you append duo boons. Wait, god traits. That's for that god. So we don't have a convenient thing that is just like all of the god traits. Oh, basic boons. No, that's basic. Although, no slotted trait has a requirement, technically. But that's an individual god. Oh, I guess I could take this, filter it down to things that are inactive. It's not quite has ID. You could say it's in set or something. And then of those, we would map. Is it filter map? Because they're maybes. All the basic traits. Find the ones that are active. Get a slot if they've got it. Oh, you're actually trait.trait. This is our top level model. I mean, this is a thing like Boon status where it's a fully derived thing. I guess these things are fully derived too. Which isn't a thing we've exposed yet. All right, and then derived. I might even have to end up letting this because we'll use it for the exclusions here. All right, you need active traits and model.traits. I guess these things could have had an interface that was just took traits and then pulled out this stuff. All right, and with that, oh, this goes into, yeah, this goes into Boon status. Because some things have a require slotted trait. Now, see, do I need to remember active slots, or is that just part of this? Hmm. I guess I don't necessarily need to remember that. All right, so we need to go through all of these things. Oh, there's all traits. Boon status, active traits, individual trait, active slots. All right, if it's active, it is. If it has requirements, now we get hairy. If it requires a slotted trait and there is no slotted trait, then we're simply done. And that's the simple level that we can do right now. Yeah, this is like a case. Oh, I guess we're not simply done. Then we do the rest of the stuff. If else unavailable. This is actually where excluded comes in, but I need to deal with all the downstream effects of that. Oh no, this is not an else. This is, well, there is an if else here, but there's also a oh no, if nothing, then we're back to this stuff. I guess this could be like a meets requirements. Because this could just be a let. But this might be, this is getting pretty big. So this is, you care about active traits. I don't think you care about the requirements have nothing to do with slots. You're going to be a simple bool, because that's all you can really say. I don't think you can exclude anything at this level. Well, if downstream stuff is excluded, that becomes excluded. So this is going to get messy later. And I guess should that be a... has required slotted. So if it has a required... So this is where we start getting into... I guess it's not excluded. It'd still be possible if that thing got slotted later. Boon meets requirements. Oh, I think I was going to like kind of run all these things together. And effectively this is, at the moment, just doing that. So now what we would expect is these things to be unavailable until we did a call. And, well, I think this explicitly lists the... I need to look up why you're on. Oh, because this is... No? Oh, this might be a tagging issue in the network data? Artemis range trait. Indeed. Oh. Did we get these? It's a wonder any of them worked. Okay, now we got to process data again. Which apparently has a feedback effect. Okay. That's probably going to affect some, I know, yeah, Zeus has some modifiers. I don't know if anybody else has modifiers on that. Well, Athena has one, which I don't think was properly activating before. That's specifically Poseidon. That's also defensive super generation trait. Okay, so that works off both of them. Maybe that wasn't even activating before. We didn't support that. Okay, so it's Artemis, Zeus, and Poseidon, and Hermes. Exclusions get a little bit deeper. Well, for one thing, we want it to kind of be recursive, in the sense that if I guess you could do straight up slot exclusions, and that would be a step. But then you would also want to end up doing things like, well, if you excluded that ability, then that, or if you take all the slots in something else, then you can never get this duo because those slots are filled. You know, barring replacements. Well, that's still some pretty good progress for today. Oh, and well, we don't have slot exclusives yet, so we can't really deal with those knocking each other out either. I guess a real super simple version of this would be if our slot is filled, just become unavailable. And that would be something. No other way. Oh, this is if it's a slotted ability. Oh wait, that's required, not our slot. If it's going to be just like this. If trait dot slot has a slot, and if it's active, then the slot is filled. And I think we can go ahead and do that. Now what I should be able to do is see that and see all of the other things disappear. So then we take that, we take Azu's strike, which should have knocked out your strike. And we take Athena Dash, which should knock out some dashes. And the Dionysus Flourish. And that should be... I guess I haven't done a cast yet. Wait, why are... Oh, I must be knocking out things that have no slot. I'm doing this incorrectly here. If then it's not filled. It's actually made those available. Okay, so that has knocked out a fair bit of stuff. These things have prerequisites, and those prerequisites aren't met, so they're unavailable. We should kind of like to mark them as excluded. This is basic abilities, so it's all the duos you're going to get. Got a couple Ares. Oh, right, because this requires the Revenge ability, which is probably still available. So that one could be made possible. All right. So this is just design issues. Which isn't strictly back to the files. We meant to put some stuff in there. This we kind of have to check. Slot exclusives. Basic, well, need to mark. Anyway, recursive, I don't know if it's quite the right word, but basic slot exclusion. All right, that's it for now. That's when I'm usually on. Next scheduled time to deal with this would be Monday morning. Depending on how I'm feeling, I might do it in the evenings as well. And that's it. Thanks to the support from subscribers and people gifting the subs as well. I'm going to have lunch and be back to see if we can help out some new people in 1 hour in life. Bye-bye.